All the rest I can.
I have stuff I'm going to do. I have no idea what it is, which is funny.
Welcome to. I can't hear you through my IFB.
Want to do that again?
Yeah, I don't know. Do I do after the music? I didn't know there was going to be.
You know, there's a lot of feedback too.
Yeah, that's okay. It's the first. Welcome to Meet the Arts. I am Fariel Khan. I went through the Television Emerging Media program here at Long Beach City College back in the day when it was called Radio and Television. I received an associate's degree and transferred to get my BA in production at Cal State Fullerton. And I've been working as a producer at Create Advertising in the recent years on the games team. So I am excited about being the host with you today on Meet the Arts. Let me introduce my guests, all alumni of Long Beach City College who are also both working in the entertainment industry currently. First, we have Jamie Fish. Jamie got an associate's degree in radio and television before the name changed to television and emerging media, and then transferred to Cal State Fullerton to get a BA in film studies. He now works as a location sound mixer on feature films for entertainment companies like Lifetime, Hallmark, Tubi, and the Sci-Fi Channel. Next is Rafael Rodriguez, born and raised Long Beach, and is also a recent alumni from Long Beach City. He spent 2 years here and went to work on the industry as a member of IATSE Local 80, which is a union that does work on motion pictures, television shows, internet-based programming, and other forms of entertainment. So I kind of want to first start by asking you what we'll go around and just talk about what we're doing now, and then we'll kind of get into how we got there. So Rafael, if you want to start.
Okay, copy that. Right now I'm working at Universal Pictures for an A24 production called Margot's Got Money Trouble, based off of a great book if you guys haven't read it already. And I am with IATSE Local 80. Basically that is the grip union in IATSE. We do a lot of lighting support, camera support. It's treated me well so far, and I absolutely love the job. So yeah.
So right now, we're kind of in pre-production. There's next month we're going to be shooting another TV series. We did one a couple of years ago called Crisis Earth. So we're going to do another one coming up in May, and this in April. I'm doing some verticals, which are they're all app-based. You find on your phones. They're narratives where you go and you watch a couple episodes, and if you want to, you go you hit and you buy up a couple more episodes as you go.
Gotcha. Okay. And then I am a producer, so I work on a games team. So I do a lot of video game marketing, and I've been doing that for the last 4 years. But before that, I did pretty much all sectors of entertainment. So music video, TV, film. I kind of dabbled, reality. I dabbled in all of it, and then I switched to gaming in 2021. So. The big ones, Elden Ring, Hogwarts Legacy, Multiverses before that died. I'll name more, but Indiana Jones, so Doom. I've worked on a lot of video games now, so I'm producing marketing campaigns, and that's sometimes game capture and things like that, and then it's also live action production, which kind of leads me into my next question, which is, how did you get to where you are now? So talk about Long Beach City, why you chose radio TV at the time, now it's television and emerging arts. So tell me how that linearly went for you.
You want to start? Or? Yeah, I'll go ahead and take that one. So I was born and raised here in Long Beach, and like anybody who wants to pursue a career in the film industry, I just love movies, right? Grew up watching movies, and I absolutely loved them, and I wanted to make them. And I wanted to make money off of making them, which is usually how that works. But yeah, no, I came to Long Beach City, and I was actually doing electrical engineering, so I was working here on motors. I was in the electrical program here, and I was taking movie classes on the side. And it was through that work with Elias Dodrill, who I'm very grateful for, that I refined that arsenal when it came to working with this equipment and working and making my own projects. That led me into finding a decent career at this, which I'm very, very grateful of. But it wasn't linear by any means. I didn't just wake up and was like, I'm gonna take film classes and that's gonna be my thing. I was very much looking for, other avenues to make a living, and it just so happened that I landed in this great industry, so yeah.
So I came from a different path. Originally, I was a technician for Mercedes-Benz before I came to LBCC. And I wanted to follow a dream that I had as a kid. And so I was like, well, where can I go? And so I lived in Long Beach and I started taking classes. What's nice, RTV is a lot of hands-on. They had all the equipment we can play with. We can take it home, start shooting our own stuff. Hirsch taught me a lot about the basics. And so it just kind of kept on steamrolling from there. And I wanted to get into film. I took a lot of film classes here. And so, yeah, there was a group of us that would film all the different things, and I had a good time here, actually. It was fun. It was just coming here, shooting whatever, the most random stuff. We even shot commercials for the television department. We would air it. We had our own TV show.
Yeah.
Remember IE News?
IE News.
Yeah, we had our...
Jamie and I went to school together.
Yeah.
So that was back in what, 2011, 2012?
2012.
And so yeah, there was a news program in RTV, which was radio and television. And it was Bob Hirsch, who was running everything. And it was a lot of you just jump in there and do it. It wasn't really we're gonna sit through a lecture and we're gonna do this. It was just kind of hey, do you wanna run camera? Get in front of a camera and just do it. And then just make the mistakes and then learn as you go. So it's very it's very hands-on, and that's what's the best about this program here, is that it's not so much theory teaching. It's just kind of have you ever run a camera before, or do you like lights, or do you like sound, or do you want to run prompter? Do it, So it's kind of that's how I started too.
It was fun. I mean, we were a bunch of friends taking classes together, and we'd had projects. We'd go out there in the field and start shooting it. I remember a couple of years we had the Long Beach Grand Prix. They had the celebrity race.
I think that's happening right now, right?
Yeah.
Long Beach Grand Prix.
And so we got press passes at Long Beach Grand Prix. So we're down there in the press room and we're interviewing all these celebrities. Yeah. I remember me and my reporter we interviewed Zachary Levy from Shazam.
Yeah. Were you there when we did Gordon Ramsay?
No, I think I was after I left that year.
Gotcha.
But yeah, we'd go there and it was so much fun, and we'd build the program from IE News from all this footage we shot at the Grand Prix.
Yeah. So it's a lot of very hands-on experience. I kind of started the same way. When I was your age in high school, I was I think I want to do journalism, and then I got to college and I saw that there was a radio TV program. And so I was let me just try it. And it was an entire news show, but it was very hands-on. And that was I didn't have that moment in high school of oh, I feel I belong, or I know what I want to do. It kind of happened as soon as I got to college, and I was oh, this is what it is. And then you refine. So it's kind of you experiment, you figure out what you're good at, and then you kind of just move into the industry, and that's, you just keep going. And then we're all in different things, but we all originated from here, which is kind of crazy.
And it's funny, I went to school for camera. And so I went.
You're sound.
I was doing now I'm sound.
Yeah.
It's a funny twist, and so you go to school to kind of find out what you want to do.
Right.
And then you start doing things okay, that's what I really want to do.
Yeah, totally. What about you? Did you do G&E stuff here, or were you something else?
No, yeah, I mean, I'm glad you guys talk about that, because it was that run and gun kind of thing. We showed up and it was just all right, start making stuff. And that's how we learn, right? That's the best way to learn. For the few of you guys that raise your hands that are interested in pursuing this, that really is the best way to learn. I mean, these classes, these programs will give you that backup that you need to start increasing that skill, right? I mean, but if you really want to just get out there and learn, just start making your own stuff. And that's what I loved. You know, we were out here just making, honestly, the worst movies I've ever seen, but they were ours, right? They were ours, and that's how we learned. Yeah, I'm super grateful for that.
Yeah. I think around the time that we started posting on YouTube, and I like have saved and downloaded all those videos. They're not amazing because I was hosting, but like they're so good. It's a good origin story. Okay, so tell me about the networking aspect of it. So like you got out of this program, and then how did you make the jump to the industry?
Oh, I actually thought about that about a year ago, and like, how do I get to this point?
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is that it all started from a student who contacted me through Facebook that I have not talked to in like 6 years.
Yeah.
And he was doing a passion project. He's like, hey, Jamie, I'm doing this thing, can you help me out? I'm like, yeah, sure. So I helped him out, then I ended up meeting a line producer from that.
Right.
And that line producer brought me to a production company, and from there I met other line producers, and it just steamrolled. And it was kind of weird. It all started from LBCC College, meeting some contacts here, and out of the blue, now I'm doing a lot of work, and it's been great.
So I think now we are going to do audience questions. So is anyone brave enough to be the first? Anyone? I see a question here. Okay, great. Let me hand you a microphone. Okay. Go ahead.
How does it feel to be on certain talk shows when you talk about certain subjects?
To be on a talk show, does anyone here do talk shows specifically? Have you worked on one?
There it is.
Yeah, I think, so when I started at Long Beach City, I was doing a lot of talk shows, and then I moved into like TV film, so less talk show, more like narrative, single camera stuff. But now being back, it's a multi-cam situation, so it's a lot going on, and everyone who's wearing headsets here is like listening to all the chaos that's happening in the control room. But yeah, it's chaotic, but it's a muscle, so you just gotta learn it. Question over here. Go ahead, you could take the mic.
Yeah, thank you. Were there any specific celebrities or, very like works of fiction that, that encouraged you as a kid and inspired you to want to go down this path?
Repeat that beginning part. Are there any?
Were there any famous people, I guess?
Oh, that's a good question. Thank you.
Okay, sure. What was your name, brother?
Paul.
Paul, thank you for your question, man. It's very funny. You show up to these film classes and you want to be that savant, right? You want to like, I'm inspired by the Scorseses or the, whatever, whoever the top dogs are right now. But honestly, my favorite movie growing up as a kid was A Knight's Tale with Heath Ledger. And if you guys haven't seen it, it's pretty cool. And that was my thing. Movies were a way to escape, man. Like for everybody else. And I really liked that movie. It was a huge underdog movie. He starts as this like peasant, and he starts lancing and jousting his way up to whatever glory. But that's what inspired me, man. I really just wanted to give back and start making stuff like that because I wanted to be inspired as a kid. And then growing up, I wanted to inspire other kids like me. So that was a movie for me, man. Those are the creators, and I was actually thankful to learn and work with some of the guys who were a part of that movie. So I'm very grateful, man. That was a huge moment for me as a kid. Yeah.
For me, I mentioned earlier I used to work for Mercedes-Benz. So we had a lot of famous actors that would drop off their vehicles from there. I actually worked on Robert Downey Jr.'s car before he became Iron Man. Whitney Houston, and so I was kind of like surrounding him, like, and kind of in my mind, it's like, you know what, I want to go back to school. And so, like, this is not quite for me. I went back to school and follow the dream, and that's what I did.
Yeah.
And you just got to keep on plugging away, and it's been fun. It's nothing like being on a movie set.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people, people working, and the film industry is kind of weird because it's like the one industry that has you can take a carpenter, you can take a costume designer, you can take a historian, and they're all in the same industry.
Yeah. There's a lot
It's
of
very
jobs.
diverse. I mean, just you don't have to work behind cameras. You don't have to be an actor. Whatever you want to do, there's a place for you in the film industry.
Yeah. And then for me, I watched a lot of movies. Like I think the first time where I was like, oh, I want to do that was like I watched Interstellar and Breaking Bad and like some of the favorites, and I was like, oh, that made me feel something deeper than, anything else. So that's kind of was my motivation. It was more of like, can I make someone feel something through a visual medium, and I want to be a part of that. So yeah, and it kind of goes back to what you were saying about like, there's so many different things that you can do. It's not so much like, oh, I'm not really interested in camera. It's more so like you could be an expert in whatever they're shooting. You could be someone who's really interested in set design and like literally make props look really realistic and paint them to look like they're old, or like costume, or and when I was your age, I think the only thing that I knew that I was really good at is like I'm good at being in charge. I don't know what I'm good at, but I'm good at being in charge. And so now I'm like a producer, and that's kind of where I fit in, but I'm not like running camera or running sound. So there really is like a place for everyone, and I don't think a lot of people know that. It's not just about directing or camera operating or sound or anything technical. You can also be very creative in your own thing and still be contributing to film and TV. Okay, stories, fun stories, crazy set stories if you got them.
Yeah, you want to start? Or
Yeah. Speaking of Robert Downey Jr., I was working on this job, Perry Mason, and he was the executive producer on that show. And I was pushing dolly at the time. Basically, pushing dolly, you're operating the machine the camera sits on. And so, we're switching up the shot. I got to go on an offset, and I go to pick up the offset. An offset is just a piece of metal that offsets the camera so that you can get over something. And I'm carrying that thing around. I think I was kind of pissed off that day, a little hungry. So I'm kind of rushing through everybody, and I almost hit this guy in the face with the left side of my offset. And I'm like, oh, sorry, buddy. Kind of like super off the cuff. And I look to my left, and it's friggin', Robert Downey Jr., the executive producer of the show. And I go, oh, shit, dude, I'm so sorry, He's like, no, man, what's your name? It's a pleasure working with you. Don't worry about it. This is the moneymaker, but it's fine. And he was a really cool guy. I mean, running into guys like that is pretty reassuring because I have worked with a lot of these A-listers that aren't that nice. But when you come across a person that's so humble and so open to talking to you and so open to getting to know you, it kind of just backs you a little bit more. And it kind of reminds you why you entered it in the first place. And even though I did almost deck this guy in the face with this huge piece of metal, he was very kind. And it was nice meeting him too. Great guy. Yeah.
I've actually had a very fortunate that a lot of the actors, the well-known actors I've worked with, they've been pretty nice. Mm-hmm. I think the one time I'm sitting right next to this guy. It was Richard Dreyfuss from Jaws, and we were literally in his RV waiting for them to set up cameras and lighting for a scene we're doing at a beach in San Diego. And he was just there telling us all these stories about everything about Jaws and Third Kind, and it was just sitting there and like, this is cool. This is Richard Dreyfuss. He has an Academy Award. And and so that was, and he's telling us about the filmmaking process, what he had to go through when he was filming Jaws, and it was kind of surreal.
Yeah. For me, we were shooting something for Armored Core, which is like a game from Bandai Namco, and we were planning on flying in an actor. I don't know if you, his name is, oh God, he's from The Boys. He's Butcher from The Boys. It's Carl Urban. And he was supposed to fly into LA, and then last minute, he had like a visa issue, so we had to fly to New Zealand. So I got to fly to New Zealand to shoot this commercial, did a custom build for a whole set in like a week, and I was there in New Zealand for a week, and it was like really cool. Nicest guy ever. I also worked with Brian Cox, who, Succession, and really great. Like a lot of the celebrities are really great to work with and really cool to be like in company with, I guess. Yeah. But as you like do it, you're just like, oh, whatever, it's Tuesday. But I guess to like talk about it is kind of crazy.
I think the reason why that, because you're so busy doing your job that you don't have a time to really think about it.
Okay.
You just for me, for the most time, I'm like, I gotta mic them up.
Right.
So most people probably don't know that when we do feature films, there's these hidden microphones.
I have time only for one last question.
Yeah.
Advice to students.
Whatever you do, go full force. You give it your 100%. Don't say, maybe I want to do it, maybe I don't. To go and then just do it. It's you never know what's going to happen. It'll lead one thing to another, and hopefully it all works out for you.
Raphael, advice?
Just attitude. Whatever you're doing, it really doesn't have to be what we're doing. Whatever you want to go into, whether it's medical, whatever. Just have a great attitude, be open to people, and be ready for that opportunity because it is coming.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. This was Meet the Arts.
and I carry a 40
Is anyone interested? TV film, maybe? Kind of? Okay.
Nice.
We got a little bit of hands. Gaming, anyone? Possibly. Okay.
All right,
Fun.
you guys' favorite film?
I really like Rogue One.
Rogue One?
It's pretty good. Good stuff. I feel a little more relaxed.
Oh, yeah, you already got the Whiplash?
Whiplash.
Really?
Good movie.
What do you like?
It's hard to like name a favorite movie.
Yeah. It changes so much. You like
I have
all
like 30 in my head, and then I feel like I'm gonna get judged for the one that I choose.
Right,
You know?
yeah,
I mean, I'm
so
just
you
like,
don't actually say the one?
Arrival? Question mark?
Yeah. That's a good one.
I mean, like, it's like
Arrival's yeah, top.
Let's choose like genre. What's your favorite like drama?
Drama?
Drama.
Ooh.
I. Hello and welcome to Meet the Arts. I'm Fariel Khan. I went through the television and emerging media program here at Long Beach City College back in the day when it was called Radio TV. I received an associate's degree and transferred to get my BA in production at Cal State Fullerton, and then I've been working as a producer on a games team in the recent years at Create Advertising, and I'm really excited about being the host for you today on Meet the Arts. So let me introduce you to my guests. First up, I have Jamie Fish. All of these guests are all alumni of Long Beach City College, and they are currently working in the industry. So Jamie Fish, he got his associate's degree at Radio TV before the name change. Sorry, can you explain to me where you came from? You got at Long Beach City, you got your AA,
I got
right?
my AA degree. I took classes here in our TV department and also film department.
Yep.
Then I transferred to Cal State Fullerton, where I got my bachelor's degree.
Yep.
And then from there, I met a friend who was producing a film, and he just, hey, you want to do sound? And I'm like, okay. Then from there, I just decided I want to become a location sound mixer.
Yep, and then we have Rafael Rodriguez, who was born and raised in Long Beach, and also is a recent alumni of LBCC. He spent 2 years here and went to work on the industry as a member of IATSE Local 80, which is GRIP, right? And it is a union that does work on motion pictures, television shows, internet-based programming, and other forms of entertainment. So I figured we should just first start of like, what do we do now? And then we'll kind of go back and talk about how we got here. So Rafael, if you want to start.
All right, copy that. Yeah, spot on. IATSE Local 80 GRIP. That is rigging, lighting support, and camera support. Right now I'm working at Universal Pictures, associated with the Universal Theme Park, if you guys have ever been there, on an A24 production called Margot's Got Money Trouble. It's based off of a great book. If you guys haven't read it already, go ahead and read it. It's fantastic.
And I've been working on a lot of feature films on Tubi, Lifetime, all the different streaming platforms. It's kind of hard as, you don't have movies in theaters anymore, so everything's all streaming. And so I've been working on a lot of feature films. And that kind of goes on the broad spectrum.
And then I've done everything in entertainment. I've done a lot of music video, a lot of TV, a lot of film, reality. I pretty much touched all of it. And then in 2021, COVID hit. I bought an Xbox, and then in 2020, I'd been gaming a little bit, and then I joined a games team. So now I do a lot of video game marketing. So I do a lot of live action stuff and gameplay trailers for video games. And then some of the big ones, Hogwarts Legacy, Elden Ring, Multiverses, Indiana Jones, Doom, a lot of other ones. So it's just kind of rolling with different games and doing stuff for that. Okay, so let's talk about how you got there. So Jamie, if you want to start, tell me why you chose radio TV, and then why did you move, and how did you get there?
It's always been a childhood dream to work in the industry. What it was something completely different than I am doing now. Well, that's fine because it's a multiple talent industry. It ranges from carpentry to wardrobe to cameras to directors or writers.
Yeah.
I went into school focusing on camera, which is funny because I now do sound. And it was a very interesting process. I left it open because I didn't want to say this is all I'm going to do, because I didn't know anything about it. So I kind of walked in, kind of open mind. I did what I kind of like to do, which was camera. Then I just figure out how things work, and then I find myself in sound.
Great. What about you, Raphael?
Sorry, what was the question?
It was like, how did you get here? So like, why did you choose radio, TV, and like, how did it get you to where you are now?
Okay, great. Yeah, I was going to Long Beach City College for electrical engineering, so I was working on motors, which probably has nothing to do with making movies, really. But I was taking the film classes, getting hands-on experience, and taking the film history classes because I just love movies. I mean, that's what I love. That's what I love to talk about. That's what I love to do. And it kind of led me towards this weird path that eventually opened a door into this grip union, which isn't the fanciest or the most high-regarded union in the industry, but it's one that I fell in love with. It's a lot of running around, it's a lot of rigging, it's a lot of lighting. And, the dolly work is incredible, and that's something that I fell in love with. And, I'm very happy with where I landed, for sure.
For me, in high school, when I was about your age, I was like, I want to do journalism. Then I got to community, and I saw that there was a radio TV program, and I was like, let me just see. And then I saw all of this, and I was like, okay, this is where I feel like this is what I want to do. And then after moving into this, I kind of just started to figure out like, okay, what am I good at? And it wasn't necessarily like running camera, it wasn't really sound, but there was a lot of hands-on experience, so I understand those things because of this program. But I knew that I was like really good at being in charge, and now I'm a producer. So I do a lot of like live action, and I kind of run things start to finish to make sure things are getting done and assets are being provided. Okay, so let's talk about the networking aspect of it, because I think that's what a lot of people wonder about is like, okay, you graduate, you do this program, you learn all these skills, you have your certificate, you have your degree, now what? So like, how did you guys make the jump from like, what was like zero to first job? I could say that I was working retail, and I graduated with my BA at Cal State Fullerton, and then I just quit cold turkey. Not smart, not very smart. And then I just reached out to people on LinkedIn over and over again, like just cold reach outs. And I got one response, and I ended up landing a job at Workaholics, which is like a Comedy Central TV show. And that was my first job in the industry. And that was like 3 months of doing nothing and like just being like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm supposed to do right now. And then to all of a sudden, and then that just led into like CBS, and that just led into, I was on Kardashians for a little bit, and that just led into like, now I'm a director's assistant. And then it was just over and over and over again until I like landed, But what about you guys? What was like that jump of like not industry to industry?
At Long Beach City College, I took a bunch of film classes. You meet a lot of people.
Yeah.
There's a person that I met who I haven't heard like, after I graduated. I haven't heard for like 6 years, and all of a sudden he messaged me on Facebook, and he's working on a passion project.
Yeah.
And so I ended up doing sound on that passion project also, and I met a line producer who knows other production companies.
Right.
And so he basically just brought me in. And it started off with a couple like short films, and then then after that he brought me to another production company, and then I ended up doing some feature films. And from there, it's just running, basically.
What about you, Raphael?
I got in through a connection through the Warner Media program, which places it placed
Was that an
interns.
internship?
Yeah, it placed interns on these shows. My first show was Barry with Bill Hader, fantastic director,
love that
fantastic
show.
actor.
Yeah.
And great gig, and that's where I met my now boss, a guy named Michael Alexanis, who is a great and very potent key grip in the industry. And I still work with him now.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, I think now we can take some audience questions. So I'm gonna step out and ask. So I'm gonna walk around with this microphone.
Hold on a second.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to take that with me. Okay. Questions, audience questions, yes. I see you first, and then I'll come back to you. Do you want to come over here? Or maybe stand? Or you could just shout it out. It's fine. You could shout it out and we can hear you.
My question is, what made them choose, why, my guy, he said, why did you choose radio and
the question is, why did you choose radio TV as your career for Jamie Fish?
For me,
Yeah.
it was a childhood dream. I used to work at a dealership, and I worked on some favorite actors, Robert Downey Jr.'s car. I worked on Whitney Houston's car. I remember we had Reggie Bush's car in there too. I always wanted to do it. I've seen these famous people coming and bringing their cars in, and it's like, and I just wanted to change, and I decided to go in the film industry. And I didn't know what exactly I wanted to do, but camera was kind of cool. You get to shoot a lot of stuff, and things just change when you get here. You decide what you really want to do, but you have to start somewhere. And Long Beach State College is really, it was a cool place because they had the equipment here, so I don't have to spend my money. There's all this really expensive equipment for you to use. You have the computers to edit all your stuff, and I think that's one reason why I came to Long Beach State College, because you had all the cool stuff here to shoot with. And
you had a question, didn't you? I'm gonna hand you a mic.
This question is for all three of you guys, but what are some goals that you would still like to achieve in your career?
That's a good question.
That's a fantastic question.
You wanna go first?
Yeah, it's just to create more for me, and I think that's a commonality between everybody in the industry. You know, we are very grateful to work with these heavy hitters of Hollywood, and you know, I'm very grateful for the opportunities. But there's always that part of me that just wants to make my project, which is why when you were starting and when you were trying to learn, I encourage people so much just to go out and make that movie that they've been thinking about, you know, day in, day out, because that's the best way to learn, really. And it's very fulfilling, very fulfilling.
For me, the best thing about my job is I'm on the set, and I hear what most people don't hear through the microphones. Those microphones are very sensitive. I can hear your heartbeat. I can hear, like, when you swallow. I can hear you kind of like gargling. And so I hear this raw emotions from these actors in some of these scenes that you probably will never hear because it's so filtered out at the end. And it's just nothing like hearing it live from these very, very talented. They spent years to develop the craft. And that's what I get to hear. And that's kind of something that makes my job so joyful, is I get to hear these performances.
Goal for me is I want to move into directing. So I'm producing right now. I'm directing. So my first spot that I'm directing is in August. It's for Metal Gear. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Other questions? Yes. Question back here in the hood. You. Can you pass that back? Thank you.
I just want to know, like, for you and the Gray, what was it like working with Bill Hader?
Bill Hader, he's
'Cause
fantastic.
he directed.
Yeah, he directed and he acted, which is a hell of a 1-2 to do on a show or in a movie. A, he was very kind. B, he was a little skittish. We had to stop some days because he'd get too nervous, and you know, he, like anybody, is a human, and he's dealing with his own, you know, trials and tribulations. But he's very humble, great guy, and an excellent director. He will tell you exactly what he needs and exactly how to do it, and it makes your job so much easier to be given that trust to just do this thing. And from that, we had a lot of short days, which was nice for us, and we made a hell of a show, which I'm very thankful for him, really.
More questions? Yes.
So this question is for all three of you, and I wanted to know, what was your biggest setback in this industry, and how did you overcome it?
Okay, great question. Wonderful
Fantastic,
question.
yeah.
Who wants to start?
I think it's
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No. I have a couple. I feel like I have so many setbacks.
Copy that. Yeah,
I
yeah.
think for me, I spent a lot of time being a director's assistant and working for specific directors. And although I learned a lot, I stayed in that position for so long because I was like, well, maybe they're going to put me on one day. Maybe they're going to put me on, and maybe they're going to give me a chance. They never did, because when an assistant is really good at what they do, you're not going to let that person go. You know, you're going to keep them at the same spot. So I feel like with some of the people that I worked with, they kept me at the same spot because I was good at it, but I wanted to grow. So it was kind of like, no one's going to put me on, I'm going to put me on. So I that's when you do the I'm quitting cold turkey and I'm moving, you know, whatever. And I think it's just a little bit of confidence too. That helps.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm glad you leaned into that, because I think looking back, a lot of it was I could trace back to myself.
I definitely had a poor attitude when I first got in, and that was because of personal trials and tribulations I was dealing with. But attitude is everything. You know, we deal with such a volatile industry sometimes, and you know, jobs are hard to come by. But if you are just open and nice and easy to work with, and if you understand your role and you do it and you execute it well, people will reach out to you and hire you, and it makes the whole experience easier. You know, my setback was myself, really, but that took years of growing. You know, that just takes experience. You know, you guys will trip and stumble on this path, but that's okay, right? You know, you learn and you learn to appreciate what it is, which is really a beautiful thing.
Sometimes it's confidence. Like when you start off, you'll probably work on like lower end of no budget shows, and then eventually you'll work up to where there's a lot more money and then everything's bigger. And sometimes when it gets bigger, you kind of get a little scared. But what it comes down to, you're still doing the same thing as you did on the low budget shows. Mm-hmm. You're still capturing audio, you're still the camera guy, you're still doing lighting. But when you're at bigger shows, it feels, sometimes it might, you know, there's a lot of people involved, a lot more money, but you're still doing the same job. And sometimes the confidence, you know, you might lose a little bit of confidence. But you just gotta remind yourself, you know, you've been doing this, you know what you're doing. Yeah. And it's just, you know, it's no different. It just may look bigger and fancier, but it's still the same thing.
More questions? Okay, we got one up front. And then I'll come back to you.
You had mentioned that you played video games and you're going to be going into directing.
Yeah.
Is there any video game IP you want to direct in the future? Like, this is the one I want to do.
Yeah, I've thought a lot about this. I think Fallout is like the first game that I ever played. I played Fallout 76. Yeah, I played Fallout 76, and that was my first game, and it was so cinematic, and I think I remember like literally seeing a Deathclaw for the first time ever, and I was like screaming because it was so crazy. It's like a big-ass dinosaur. Sure, yeah. I want to direct a campaign for Fallout. And like a lot of these video games are being adapted into TV shows. You have The Last of Us out there right now, you have Fallout, you have Minecraft, and you know, like there's a lot of things based on video games, so. Yeah, for sure, so yeah. I think Fallout.
Those are the wish jobs, the one you want to work on. Yeah,
totally.
Like
I'm getting closer, but we'll see.
I was at my audio store talking to one of the guy who set up the audio guy for Christopher Nolan's new movie Odyssey, and he was telling me some of the stuff he's setting up for this audio guy, and so you're like, oh man, I want to be on that show so bad.
Yeah, totally. Like to be in presence of like people who are working on things that you think are cool is like really motivating for you to like push yourself a little further and say like, okay, I'm in the room, so I can do this, you know? Any other questions? I think there was one back here, right?
Hi. So my question was specifically like I know like you're like what you guys are doing like your career like there's a lot of competition. Yeah. So what like gave you the motivation to like keep pushing forward to like keep doing better and to you know to be where you are right now?
That's a good question. Great question. Anyone want to answer first?
The thing about networks that I've kind of learned is that producers love people who are dependable. They work hard. They know what they're doing. Those are the main factors.
It's true.
And so when you work with certain companies, they'll rehire you over and over again because they know you're dependable, you work hard, and you know what you're doing. Yeah. And so you have that trust. And that's probably the main thing is it's that trust. And they have no problem hiring you again. And so they'll like, hey, what are you doing this for me? I need you. What are you doing this for me? I need you. What are you doing this? I need you. Because that's like one thing they don't have to worry about now. Is what the job you're doing. It's okay, I don't have to worry about that. I gotta focus on the actual problems.
I wouldn't say that it's like super competitive. I think a lot of people burn out. Cause like when you first start out, it's really long days. And people are like tired and you know, like it just burns you out because it's like long days and sometimes in the beginning you're not getting paid that much. So a lot of people burn out. I would say it's more about consistency. And it's about like, okay, like maybe like this production company is not for me. That doesn't mean the industry isn't for me. That just means that this particular thing wasn't for me. So I think it's about more consistency and staying true to like, what is it that I want to do? And I'm gonna keep going until I can't. So I wouldn't say it's more like, I wouldn't say it's like a crazy competitive field. I would say like as a producer, I hire, like I teach too. So like I take students in all the time and it's like fresh talent. I want, you know, you want fresh people in all the time. So I would say it's more about a consistency thing and more of like a, are you like willing to learn? That's all it really takes.
It's really a community.
Yeah.
Like for sound mixers, you think, I want to get a job over that guy. Yeah. Well, a lot of times, sound mixers will double book themselves on accident,
Totally, and then
they'll be like, hey, John, are you free? I need you to cover for me.
Totally.
It's the same with all the departments, with camera, grip.
Yeah.
It's good to know everyone, because there's gonna be a point where we're gonna need you. You're gonna help us out.
Totally. More questions? Yes, I'll come back to you.
This one might be a fun one for you guys, but what is your favorite project that you've worked on thus far? That's what I've been most
That's a good
interested in.
question. Raphael, you want to start it? Is it right now? Is it the A24 right now?
Yeah, I had worked with A24 prior. I did Maxine with Mia Goth, which was insane. It was crazy. It was, it's my favorite because of just the subject matter and the locations and the people and just how campy and wild and crazy it was. And there was a lot of very interesting energy on that set. And so I will say that's my favorite.
I think the famous film I worked on was a film in Washington. So usually you work your butt off for 16 days. Well, this was like the opposite. We were in the forest on the director's property.
Yeah.
We had Tom Berenger, who's probably best known for Major League, the comedy in the 80s. He's done a lot of movies since then, Sniper. Also, we had Casper Van Dien from Starship Troopers. And we had Judd Nelson in there too. But we were in the forest, just kind of hanging out and shooting. It was a little wet, but we were just hanging out and having a good time with all the crew.
Yeah. I would say for me, I worked on this like not great short film called Justine in like 2018. And that crew, I actually made such good friends with that I'm still close. I still hire, like, our set designer that we hire most of the time, she did Palm Springs with Andy Samberg. Like, she's like the prop master for that. So a lot of the people that I met on this one, like, very indie movie is the one that I, like, really, that's my favorite. Because I met so many people that I love. And, like, I got really close with an actor and his family, and he was, like, a child actor. And I was, like, the set PA that was in charge of taking cast from, like, home to here and like doing all that kind of stuff, and now he's like the lead in a Star Wars show. So it's just kind of crazy to think that he's in Skeleton Crew, and so like they've been like, I just kept in touch with them after, and now like we're really close and they're like family friends at this point. So I just met a lot of good people, but it's not like necessarily like a big star-studded set project. It's more of like I met all my friends in industry here. More questions? Yes, back here. I think you might have to shout it because you're 2 rows back. That's fine. Oh, you want to pass it? Yeah.
What's the most popular movie or show that you guys done?
Most popular? I guess my most popular, I worked on Kardashians for like a year and a half. That's probably most popular.
That's pretty popular.
Yeah.
I really don't know. The most popular, there is a, when I started out, I did a show called Chicken Girls. I don't know if you guys know that show from Brat. They're a company on YouTube. They do a lot of teen shows. Mm-hmm. So whenever a show came up, they uploaded a show, it'd get like 2 million hits in like the first 4 hours. Mm-hmm. It was, that's probably the most popular one because it got so much views, like instant every time it dropped.
What about you, Raphael?
Yeah, it'd probably be the Maxine, that movie. Yeah, it was nice. It was nice to work on a project that hit the big screen and see my little name. That was a hell of a feeling. So for sure, that.
Yeah. We have one back here. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. It was for her. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you also had a question. So sorry. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
For the person who worked with Mia Goth, was it like, is she chill?
Very.
Did you actually get to talk to her?
We didn't have that interpersonal relationship, but she was very chill, very apologetic. She'd be like, "Oh, sorry, let me try that again," and very nice, very kind, very soft-spoken. And then to meet her, I believe her husband and her kid now.
Yeah.
I mean, they were fantastic. Shia and their little kid. You know, he was all dad mode on set, and you know, that's just amazing. Yeah.
And then, who has the mic? Thank you. And then I'll give it back to you so you can ask your question for someone else. Oh, okay, you're gonna do it.
I have a question. Do you guys have any advice for anyone who wants to get into the film industry, or like?
Yeah, I would say start in a program like this after college or after high school. Start at a college that has like hands-on experience. That you could just get behind a camera or get behind and say like, I'm gonna organize this show or I'm gonna do something. So get the hands-on experience and then fly into it. Literally just meet people. Like honestly, even if you see people at a panel that you're interested in what they do, like get network, say like, hey, I really wanna learn, or I would love to shadow, or I like really just put yourself out there. You just need the first one. And then once you're on set, it kind of rolls into the other one. Like, hey, like I made a friend here. You know, and you also leave with like a call sheet with everyone's number on it. So that's also a good way to be like, hey, met you on this set. You got anything?
That's why I learn people's from the call sheets too.
Yeah,
their
exactly.
names, you get to know their names.
Yeah.
Because there's so many people.
Yeah, I keep all my call sheets because sometimes you're like, oh, okay, I know like a really good sound mixer I worked on with this, so like let me just call them up and see. So like it's a lot of reaching out to like really random strangers, and then it ends up being like a great working relationship. So that's kind of how the industry is. Any other final questions? Okay, we'll go here. Right behind you.
What was it like working with the Kardashians?
Good. It was fine. I was like I started out as Kim's stand-in. I don't know if you guys know what a stand-in is, but it's like the person that sits in that has like similar skin tone and hair color. And then I like got flipped into the show as like a cast assistant. So then I did all the spin-offs. So I was like on like Life of Kylie and Robin China and all the other shows, and that was a crazy experience. Reality is a lot different than what you think it is. It's just kind of like run and gun, and you're just kind of waiting around, and it's all talent-based. So it's not necessarily like, we have a plan, and we have these many shots to shoot, like on a narrative set or TV. It's kind of just like, I don't know, we're just gonna park outside and just hang out in their basketball court until something happens.
It's very hectic.
Yeah.
It's very hectic. Yeah, it's a funny, reality shows are really funny. Yeah, there's no script.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're just like, yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, there's literally no script.
Exactly.
They have bullet points, they're gonna do this, and you literally have no idea what's gonna happen.
Yeah. It's very unpredictable is a good word to describe. Okay, I think that is all the time that we have today. Thank you so much for joining us. We loved talking to you and loved kind of going over what we do, and hopefully it inspires you to like keep it going and get into this department and just really pursue like hands-on experience. And that is Meet the Arts. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
In this show that we're doing, we work a lot with children, like babies. And I was on set supporting a combo with a rig, and you know, the baby starts crying, and we really need the silence for the scene. So you know, everybody on set is kind of singing, you know, Itsy Bitsy Spider to this baby. And I'm standing next to an actress that I've seen growing up. Her name rhymes with Belle Danning. And so
So the biggest ever do for talent?
Hello and welcome to Meet the Arts. I am Fariel Khan. I went through the television and emerging media program here at Long Beach City College back in the day when it was called Radio and Television. I received an associate's degree and then transferred to get my BA in TV production at Cal State Fullerton, and I have been working in the games department at Create Advertising as a producer in the recent years, and I'm excited to get to be the host today for Meet the Arts. So let me introduce my guests, all alumni of Long Beach City College who also are both working in the entertainment industry. First up is Jamie Fish. Jamie got an associate's degree in radio and television before the name change to television and emerging media, and then transferred to Cal State Fullerton to get a BA in film studies. So he now works as a location sound mixer on feature films for entertainment companies like Lifetime, Hallmark, Tubi, and the Sci-Fi Channel. Next is Rafael Rodriguez, born and raised in Long Beach and also is a recent alumni from LBCC. He spent 2 years here and then went on to work in the industry as a member of IATSE Local 80, which is a local union that does work on motion pictures, television shows, internet-based programming, and other forms of entertainment. So I figured we would kind of talk about what we do now, so you get kind of a lay of the land, and then we'd talk about like how we got here. So if we want to just go around the room and kind of talk, so Rafael first, what do you do now?
Yeah, so I'm a member of IATSE Local 80, that is the GRIP union in IATSE. I am currently working at Universal Pictures, the studios affiliated with Universal Studios, if you guys have ever been there. And yeah, I'm working on an A24 production called Margot's Got Money Trouble. It's based off of a really great book, if you guys haven't read it already. And yeah, it's been a blast so far.
And hi, I'm a location sound mixer. I'm the sound guy you probably see with the boom. So right now we're in pre-production for a TV show. It's going to be a second series of Crisis Earth that I did a couple years ago. And I'm another in production for an app with Good Shorts, which is it's an app-based stories that has several different episodes. You get to choose which episode you want, and there's a bunch of different stories on the app.
Cool. And then I am a producer. I kind of started just working on different productions. I've done like music video, I've done TV, I've done film, I've kind of done everything. And then in 2021, I moved into gaming. So now I make gaming commercials. So I worked on Hogwarts Legacy, Elden Ring, Multiverses when that was around, Indiana Jones, Doom, Metal Gear. So yeah, that's what I do now. So I just make video game commercials and it's a good time. So I think now we kind of talk about how we got here.
Okay, copy that. Yeah, no, so I was going to Long Beach City College as an electrical engineering major. I was working a lot with motors here at the PCC campus, which I think has now since switched names. TCC, that's right. But yeah, that was my main focus. I was going to go into electrical, and I was taking film history classes on the side. Eventually, just through working with Elias Dodrill, getting my hands on equipment, I really fell in love with what it was to make movies and projects like that. And luckily, I've been able to transfer that into a career. Yeah.
So I came here to Long Beach City College. Working in film was kind of it was a dream that I wanted when I was a kid. So I came here because of they have all this. They had equipment you can work on. You can learn the equipment. You can use it. You can shoot. You can do whatever you need to do, and you learn on these things on these on cameras. You learn how to edit. You learn how to do lighting, and so I came here to kind of understand what it is the industry was, and from there I found a niche that I kind of fell in love with, which is sound, and so that kind of is translated to become a sound mixer.
Cool. And then for me, in high school, I think I wanted to do journalism. Like that was interesting. We had a journalism school or a journalism class at Lakewood, so I took that. And then when I came to Long Beach City, I saw that there was radio, TV, film. So I took that, and then it was like so much hands-on experience that it was cool. And I think I was like, oh, okay, this is what I want to do. This is like a cool environment. And then I just I kept going. So I went to Cal State Fullerton, and then I got my degree there in film. And then I just like cold turkey quit a retail job. It wasn't very smart. I was like unemployed for 3 months, and then I landed just by random reach outs to people. I landed Workaholics on Comedy Central, so I worked on a couple seasons of that, and then it was just going from there. Okay, so let's talk about like, I feel like a lot of people wonder like, how do you make the jump from? I kind of already talked a little bit about my experience of like quit cold turkey and then jumped into the industry. How did you guys like find your thing? Like when you were at Long Beach City, what were you studying here? What was your focus? And then what did you do after to like get in there?
The funny thing is, I went to school for camera. I was kind of inspiring to become a director of photography, and it's just for some strange reason I fell into audio, and I just love the world of audio. You can listen to these performances live from great actors, and there's nothing like hearing every little breath, every little you can hear their throat crunching when there's crying. You can hear the tears coming in through the voice, and it was something that I kind of fell in love with. And it kind of started here at Long Beach State College because I kind of learned everything. I learned how to operate the cameras. I learned how to set up the lights. I learned how to the very basics of the audio, like the lavaliers that we're wearing, the hand microphones. I learned how to operate everything, and it just kind of translated to becoming a sound mixer, which we use a lot more, little more important tools that I didn't use that I learned along the way, but it all started from the experience I got here from LBCC College.
What about you?
Yeah, so I fell into the grip department. I wasn't very graceful when I was growing up. I grew up an athlete. I played water polo and baseball. And so when I was looking for a little corner in the industry that I would make into, a long run or what have you, gripping was perfect. It's really run and gun. You're setting up, you're rigging, you're flying up 60-foot ladders and coming right back down and working face-to-face with actors. It's a lot, and I love it. And hopping into it, I got in through a program called Warner Media. Got a call, was placed on the TV show Barry with Bill Hader. And from there, I met this excellent key grip, Michael Alexanis, a really potent key grip in the industry right now, and he showed me the ropes along with his crew. Great guys. But yeah, I mean, half of it is really just showing up, right? It really doesn't matter if you're interested in doing what we do or pursuing your own personal vocation, just show up on time and be ready to listen and learn from these people because they will teach you. Attitude's everything, and they'll be open to that.
I think we're gonna flip it into audience questions, and I think I'm gonna come and walk around with a mic. And I'll unplug here. Does anyone have any questions? Where can I start? Someone's gotta have a question. Oh, we have one right here. I'm gonna give you the mic. Okay. There you go.
What's the coolest thing you've done for a game studio?
What, sorry, say that again.
What's the coolest thing you've done for a game studio?
The coolest thing? For an Armored Core spot, I flew to New Zealand to shoot with Carl Urban, who's from The Boys, and that was a cool. He's Butcher from The Boys. So he was supposed to fly into LA, but then there was like a problem with his visa. So then all of us either had to bribe the New Zealand government or just fly to New Zealand. So we all flew. So like a whole team of like 6 people from our side flew, and then we built a custom set in this crazy sound stage. And yeah, so that was probably the coolest that I've done so far because it involved travel, and New Zealand's awesome.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah. I'll take the mic back. Yeah, I know the monitors are distracting. Anyone else? Questions? Yes.
Do you get? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you get to see early builds of video games?
Yeah. So we do a lot of game capture. So that requires pretty much game developers to send us a build, and then we have a capture team that like will go in and try to play it and see what's broken and see what works, and then we screen record, and then we edit it in. So yeah, we see a lot of builds for sure. Any follow-ups? Okay. Any other questions? Yes. It could be directed to the group or any particular person. It's kind of
who's the nicest actor you've met?
Who's the nicest actor we've met? I'll take that back. Who wants to answer first on that from our side?
Nicest actor.
Nicest actor.
I want to say Henry Winkler.
Oh.
Henry Winkler. If you guys aren't familiar, if you guys have seen the movie Waterboy, he plays his coach. Yeah, that old guy? Yeah, no. He's a great guy. He also played the Fonz. I remember my first day ever on a job. You know, I show up super skittish. I don't know what I'm doing, really.
Yeah.
And, you know, come lunch, I don't know where to go. I don't know where we're eating, whatever. And I feel two hands on my shoulder. Turn around and it's Henry Winkler. I guess he must have seen I was lost or whatever. And he's like, come on, son, let's go have lunch. You know, really great guy, really humble dude, and fantastic to work with that man.
Oh, wow. I've actually been very lucky. I know that you've probably heard stories of a lot of actors, or they're very weird in their own little way. I've been lucky that all the actors I've worked with are pretty approachable. You can talk to them, you can ask them questions. Everyone's really cool.
Yeah.
I kind of nerd out a weird way. Like there's a voice actor that I really, really nerd out. Have you guys heard of Pinky the Brain, Animaniacs? The voice of the Pinky, of the Brain. The voice of the Brain, Maurice. He also does voices on Futurama. I did a movie with him for a couple of days, and yeah, we're just there, just literally laughing our tails off, and just just had a great time.
I think for me, Carl Urban, so nice. Brian Cox from Succession, super sweet and very goofy on set, but he also is his character from Succession, oddly. Like he does a lot of F-bombs and he kind of like gets like upset really quickly, but he is also goofy. And then I did Kardashians for like a year and a half, and Kim's very professional. Very, very professional and very nice. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes, I'll bring him back here. Can you pass this back to him? Thank you.
So is there any like best way to get into like the film industry?
That's a good question. Yeah. Does anyone want to answer first?
Go for it.
Best way to get into the industry? I think honestly just getting in there. So like a program like this is really great because you really have a lot of hands-on experiences. You can just run a camera, you can be a stage manager, or you can run sound, and because you have that hands-on experience, even if it's not somewhere you land, you'll know that all of us didn't really land in the exact thing that we were doing. We still you still have some experience. So I would just say get hands-on experience as quickly as you can. You're probably not gonna make as much money as you will later on, and just take the jobs that you can, and then just build experience. So it's more about consistency. It's not so much, sure, it's a little bit of luck, for sure, right place at the right time, but it's more are you consistently looking and trying? You'll eventually get there. It's just you gotta keep it pretty even-keeled on your effort.
Mm-hmm. So the best thing I can say is networking. If your first job is gonna be a PA job of some sort on the set, and get to know the production managers, get to know the second AD, the first AD. You work hard, and eventually you find yourself kind of working the steps to go higher and higher.
Yeah.
And it's just hard work, and they just want someone who's reliable, is willing to work hard, and they can trust you, and just kind of work your way up, and you can eventually, if there's a job you want, you can start asking, hey, can I start doing these jobs? And a lot of times it's something happens, I need someone, for emergency.
Yep.
And they're like, hey, you want to do the job? I need someone. It's yeah, sure, I'll do it. And that's the easiest way to work up, is just start being a hustler.
Yeah,
and working.
And then I would also say that it's weird. The industry's kind of small, so sometimes I'll get calls from people that I met 10 years ago, and then I work with them again. So it's kind of along the way you're gonna meet people, and probably people who are in the classroom with you that you're gonna work on later. I still work with people that I went to college with. And that happens pretty often. And it's only because I met them at school or I met them on a project because of school or whatever. More questions? I know we had a whole bunch of hands up. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna try not to get tangled on stuff. Here you go.
Is there anyone you want to work with in the future?
Oh, that's a good one. Is there anyone that you want to work with in the future? I think for me, Christopher Nolan's on the bucket list for sure. Love to produce there. But does a title? I also really want to work on Fallout and Severance. If I could like name things that I really want to work on, it's those things.
I want to work with directors that actually love audio, like Christopher Nolan.
Loves audio.
He loves audio. He
Yeah.
like there are certain ways to capture audio, and us audio guys love the way he wants us to do it. And
Yeah.
a lot of productions don't allow you to do that. And he's one of like, you know what? I want good audio. Like Tarantino, he's another guy that loves audio.
Totally.
And so just any director that just wants to, wants the
Focus on audio.
best sounding picture.
What about you, Raphael? Any bucket list?
I grew up loving Star Wars, so maybe working on some Star Wars would be great. And then I'm really into the director, Denis Villeneuve, who did the Dune movies, if you guys have seen those.
Yeah.
That would be up there for me, for sure.
And it won an Academy Award for best audio.
That's right.
Okay, great. So that is actually all the time we have for today on questions. So thank you for joining us on Meet the Arts. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a quick round.
Nick Offerman.
Oh, Nick Offerman.
I don't think he's a comedian by trade, but he's a really great guy and really funny dude.
Yeah. Anyone else? Yeah. Yeah.
You said you've done some music videos?
Yeah.
I think so. Have you, and if so, you work?
I've worked with Tyler the Creator. I've worked with Alicia Keys. I've worked with Alicia Keys like twice. I've worked with Snow Allegra. I've worked with, I'm trying to think. That's probably the most recent.
I did a music video for Pooh Bear. He produced Bieber's one of his albums.
Yeah.
So I did a video which is really cool. So we did a little scene with him calling his wife when she's pregnant.
Oh yeah.
And so they waited till she had it pregnant, and so that's like the second part of the song. So it was a tribute to their child, which I thought was kind of cool with that.
Yeah.
We recently shot a movie with Anderson .Paak that has not yet had a release date or has seen the light of day, but yeah.
Got a tour.
All right.
Sorry, the schedule is
No, that's okay. That was
No, it's
good.
okay. dude.
Hello and welcome to Meet the Arts. I'm Fariel Khan. I went to the Television and Emerging Media program here at Long Beach City College back in the day when it was called Radio Television. I received an associate's degree and transferred to get my BA in TV production at Cal State Fullerton. And then I have been working as a producer at Create Advertising in the recent years, and I'm excited to be the host with you today for Meet the Arts. Let me introduce my guests, all alumni of Long Beach City College who are also both working in the entertainment industry. First up, we have Jamie Fish, who got an associate's degree in radio television before the name changed to Television and Emerging Media, and then transferred to Cal State Fullerton to get a BA in film studies. Now, he works as a location sound mixer on feature films for entertainment companies like Lifetime, Hallmark, Tubi, and the Sci-Fi Channel. Then we have Rafael Rodriguez, born and raised in Long Beach, and also is a recent alumni of LBCC. He spent 2 years here and then went on to work as the industry as a member of the IATSE Local 80, a union that does work on motion pictures, television shows, internet-based programming, and other forms of entertainment. So I figured we'd kind of start of like what we do now, and then we'll kind of talk about how we got here. So Rafael, if you could kick us off and kind of say like what you do.
Right on. Yeah, I went to Long Beach City College as an electrical engineer major. I was working a lot with motors, and on the side I was taking film classes and film history classes because I just love movies. Through a professor of mine named Elias Dodrill, a man who I appreciate very much, I got a contact through the Warner Media company that allowed interns to be placed on different shows and get into the industry.
Can you kind of explain what a grip does? Do you guys know what
Yeah. Do you guys know what a grip is? Okay, a grip is kind of a jack of all trades. We focus a lot with filming of course, but lighting, camera work, and rigging. So it's very run and gun, a lot of physical labor, but I love it. It's great.
Jimmy?
So I came to Long Beach City College to follow a dream. I came to Long Beach City College because I wanted to get a lot of hands-on with equipment here. I did a lot of things with camera, audio, lighting. I learned basically all the basics of filmmaking. And then I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I came here for camera, but working on several different projects, I kind of like found my niche of working with audio. And I had a great time working here, coming here. We had a group of a bunch of us working all together for a couple of years there, and we kind of built a little community here, and we really learned a lot. And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all the stuff I learned from here.
Great. And then for me, I think in high school, I kind of decided that I was interested in journalism because I kind of didn't know. And it was kind of an excuse to be like, I'm going to move into like TV, but I have to say journalism right now for my parents. And then I got to Long Beach City, and then it changed into like, okay, I like radio TV. I like all the hands-on experience. I like to be able to like be behind a camera or like run lights one day or produce or do all those things. Then I went to Cal State Fullerton. I got my film degree, and then I just literally quit a retail job and then was then unemployed for like 3 or 4 months until I got on Workaholics. And then that was like my first show coming into the industry. And then I was just PAing on like a whole bunch of stuff. So it just kept rolling from there. And so I kind of worked on a whole bunch of stuff before landing as a producer again. But I was like the senior producer of IE News, which was like the TV show that we'd run. And so it's funny to come full circle back, Okay, let's talk about some things that you've like learned from here that you now apply in the job field.
It's kind of funny. Not knowing working with audio, that's going to work with audio now. Back then, is that there's like little small things that I was taught here, just like basic for audio wise. It's like basic knowledge of audio and how to plant like a lot of layers that we're working here. I remember that there's a certain courtesy you have when you're placing things on people, and something I've learned here, which surprisingly actually kind of helped me out. So one of the things that's really interesting is that Long Beach State College has a lot of equipment for you to use, and you can play with the stuff. You may not know how it works, and it allows you to learn the equipment, and that's something I probably wouldn't be able to do because it's pretty expensive. This equipment we have here, so it allows me to get hands-on training on all this stuff that I'm actually using now.
What about you?
Yeah, great. No, it's a great opportunity, first and foremost, to expand your arsenal. You know, I don't know if you guys want to end up doing what we do, but whatever you do, you wanna find a place where you can just practice it, right? This campus, this program was that for me. I wanted to learn how to make movies, so I went to a place where I could play with the equipment and get to know it and make my own stuff, right? It also teaches you just how to work with people. You know, half of it's really just attitude, you know, showing up, listening. That's everything to me. That's everything to see in a younger generation, and even the older generations looking at us, you know, that's half the battle. So yeah, it was a great opportunity just to learn and just to work with others, for sure.
Yeah, I think like hands-on, you learn a lot of networking in here too. So like if you are interested, if you're in a group of people that are also interested in the same things that you want to do, it just makes it easier, and then oddly you end up like working with them years later. And so it's like a good, like you have to problem solve too. So like if you've never run camera, the really good thing is like you just get thrown on camera and then you're like, I don't know what I'm doing. And then you make mistakes and then you get better the next time. But now as like a producer, I can see like, I can kind of tell when someone doesn't know what they're doing and when they know what they're doing with camera. So you won't really know until you actually go in there and try it. So it's really important to like also learn every single trade. You should like try rigging a light one day. You should try running sound one day. You should try running camera. And like, I think that's the way that you make a really well-rounded experience here. Okay, I'm gonna open it up to questions. Does anyone have anything? Questions? No? It's a small group this time.
Yeah, it is pretty small.
Okay. Then I guess let's talk stories. What's your most interesting set story you got?
Go for it, brother. I'm thinking.
I don't know. I've traveled everywhere. I've Washington, Arizona, Indiana. I was cool. I did a movie. I was on a military base in Indiana, which the military base is they build it for emergency response. So they have all these weird sets. They had like a parking structure destroyed. They had like a lake with half a house coming out in case it gets flooded. And so we're shooting on all these different locations. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of cool that we're on this like literally like a life size set. Yeah. In the middle of Indiana.
Do you got any fun set stories? You could tell your Robert Downey Jr. one. I like that one.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I ran into Robert Downey Jr. If you guys don't know who that is, he plays Iron Man. I was working on a show, Perry Mason. We were shooting at a Warner Brothers, and I was carrying this really heavy equipment around. I think on the day I was pretty pissed off and hungry and just had a really poor attitude. So I'm walking with this giant thing and I'm swinging it around, and I nearly hit this guy in the face. Like I'm coming across him and I nearly like hit his cheek. And I think off the cuff, I was like, oh, sorry, buddy, like kind of just brushing him aside. I turned to my left and it's Robert Downey Jr. And immediately, everything comes in like the holy shit, I'm gonna get fired, kind of thing. And, but no, he was really cool about it. He asked me my name. He said it was a pleasure working with me, and I'm really grateful for that guy. And yeah, just another reminder, man. Just have a smile, be open, talk to people. Because really, nobody's out to get you. If you show up and you just are yourself and you're reliable, people will give you that opportunity. So I'm grateful for him for giving me that second chance. And yeah, that was my run-in with him.
A lot of celebrities are people too. If you don't like hound them with autographs, if you talk to Norm, a lot of them will just talk to you. You can say hello, what's up, and you can have a conversation with them. So that's what's kind of nice about this industry.
Yeah, totally. So I work in gaming, which is a little bit different. So I make campaigns for different games. So I've done like Hogwarts Legacy, I did Elden Ring, I did Multiverses, I've done Indiana Jones, I've done, I don't know, I could probably list a whole bunch more, but it's been the last like 4 years just working on different games. And we were working on something for Armored Core, which is a Bandai Namco title. And we were shooting with Carl Urban, who is Butcher from The Boys. if you guys have seen The Boys. And he is from New Zealand. And we were gonna fly him into LA, and it was gonna be great. Like, we were like, okay, this is our shoot day, we're like ready for this. Literally the week before the shoot, could not get his visa. Like, it like lapsed, and there was no time, like there was no way. So it was either we cancel this shoot and like lose a bunch of money and like figure it out, or we all fly to New Zealand and shoot it over there, which means a whole production pivot. We had to like pretty much not shoot here, which means no set design here. All the props that we were working on just kind of done. So we ended up going to New Zealand to like shoot at an airplane hangar, and we had to like dress it as if it was like some futuristic armored core area, and it was really great. It was got to be in New Zealand for a week, and he was like lovely to work with, and it was like a quick 6-hour shoot, and then we were done. It was great. Questions? Any questions? I'll open it up again. You can ask anything.
Really anything. We'll take anything.
No? Okay. I can ask a question. So, what is one thing that you feel like is great advice for someone that's looking to be in this industry to get? You know, like what do you think they need to know right now as a high school student that would help them get into an industry?
Just kind of figure out what you like to do. The film industry, it brings a lot of different aspects of life into one industry. Like you have your art department, so you're talking about you like making stuff. All this, you know. Then you have your carpentry. They're the ones that build the sets. So you have stunts if you're in martial arts. There's a lot of martial arts movies out there, and stunts is a big part of it. And it just brings all these different disciplines in life under one industry. So you don't have to work cameras, or you don't have to be a talent. There's a lot of different positions behind the camera that you can get into.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just like anything else, you know, do we have any, athletics in the building? You know, you guys play sports? Football? Track. Well, there you go. I mean, we got 2 freaking future MVPs and captains right here. It's the same thing. You show up. You got practice, right? Show up on time, man. Show up on time and learn, you know? Really just put your head down. People will notice that. Might give you opportunities. You guys are at Poly, right? God bless. We need more. We need better athletics over there, man. I was on the water polo team in 2016. We were the worst, dude. Trust. It was bad. No, but I appreciate you guys. It's the same thing. Show up, man. Put in that work. People will notice.
Yeah, I would agree. I would echo that. I think it's more about just like willingness to learn and just being like, okay, like I don't know anything about this, so I'll say that out loud. I don't know anything about this, but I'm willing to learn it. And I think someone along the line will just show you how to do it, and then that's like a new skill that you bring to something else. So yeah, I think it's a lot of like just willingness to learn will get you far, and then it's consistency will get you far. So no matter what you're trying to go into, it's more about like show up, be consistent, don't give up, and then you'll eventually get to what you need to be, you know?
I've seen interns on film shoots where there would be, we have the departments ask them to do like little menial things. Then like a year later, they're doing camera work. And it's all from starting learning from, and productions, they don't mind teaching you at a certain point. Certain departments on their interns, you know, they're happy to teach you because they need hands. Sometimes some departments you need as many hands as you can, and you never have enough hands. And you're glad you're there. And so if you work hard, they're going to bring you up because they need help.
Is anyone here interested in TV, film, gaming, anything entertainment? So, what particularly does anyone want to say? Movies? Is there a movie out there that you wish that you were like, I wish I did this? For me, I feel like if I worked on Severance, I would die happy. You know, like Severance is such a good show. Breaking Bad, Interstellar. Like I feel like I have some things. Go ahead. Stranger Things, nice. Totally. Yeah. Of just like you see it and you feel it, and then you're just like, oh, this is like art. When you really can feel something and be like, I want to be a part of that. That's kind of what happened to all of us at some point.
Yeah, definitely. You watch something that you resonate with enough, and you're like, yeah, no, that's me, and I need to be that. I need to be a part of that for sure.
And I'm always pick like I do sound, and like I keep on thinking, how did I get that sound? Like, how did I get that? I was like, okay, that's a challenge. Like Wicked, that just came out, all the singing they did live.
Yeah.
And so technically, it's a marvel. So I'm there watching the behind the scenes, and they're describing every little detail what they're doing, and I'm just like amazed they're able to do that.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I can do it at this level.
Yeah, for sure. Any other questions for us? Yeah, go ahead. Should I go first?
Yeah, go.
Okay. I was on Kardashians for like a year. That was my probably first big one. And then as far as games, I feel like, I've done a lot of like music videos. So I've done like a Tyler the Creator music video that was like really big budget. I've done Snow Allegra. I've done 2 Alicia Keys music videos, which were great. And then as far as games, it's like Elden Ring, Hogwarts Legacy, really big one. I'm trying to think. Oh God, Indiana Jones, Doom. Those are like the bigger projects that I've worked on. What about you guys?
I've actually been doing a lot of horror films recently, which is kind of interesting. I did a movie called Jolly Monkey. We had Malcolm from Enterprise, Star Trek Enterprise. He was he was in there in the film. I did a movie a couple years ago called Dante's Hotel. We had Judd Nelson. We had was it Blood Moongood? She's from Termination Salvation. Mm-hmm. We had Ted Raimi, Sam Raimi's brother. You probably know him from like Xena, Princess Warrior, and a bunch of other films. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We see what else. Horror films kind of been like a lot of like what I've been doing recently.
Yeah. What about you, Raphael?
I mean, the thing that comes to mind is always the big screen thing, the Maxine. I worked on the movie Maxine, the A24 movie with Mia Goth, and seeing my credit was pretty special. But it's more just the people. You know, you're working a 12-hour shift with Donald Glover, Childish Gambino. I'm sure you guys know who that is, and like Benny Blanco, like these weird names in the industry that you otherwise think you would have never rubbed shoulders with. And then they're all great people too. You know. Great experiences for sure.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah.
What would be something that you would find things get challenging, and even though this is a passion and we all have creativity, what would be something that you would tell them or advice to help them to encourage them to keep going? What are some steps that you guys said to like things that
push through? Yeah.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it's a great question. I think if anything, me personally, it's the fact that I love this, right? This is what I like. I'm working in the film industry because I like movies, right? It'd be the same thing if I was a professional athlete because I love baseball or whatever. You know, when times got rough and I was working the pizza gigs to keep myself afloat, I was still working on my own stuff on the side. You know, I just love the art, dude. I love to make it. You know, that's why I'm in it in the first place. And the fact that I've been able to find a career within a union has been incredible. And incredibly lucky, and I'm grateful, but I stay in it with the fact that I just love this. You know, this is what I love to do. So I practice it.
I think for me, biggest advice to push through is kind of like if you have a bad day or a bad week or a bad month, that's not your whole career. And that's not like indicative of like this is gonna be it forever. I've worked on so many bad jobs and so many like terrible weeks and honestly up to like 2 terrible years at one company where I was like, I don't think I like this anymore. I don't know what I'm doing. But it's kind of like just because you don't like this one set of people, this one job, this one whatever, it's kind of not like, okay, like that's not the whole industry. There's so much. Like even on set, like you could be into fashion and have a place there. You could be into makeup and have a place there. You could be an expert on something historical and have a place on set and advise on, you know, the ship shouldn't look like this because at the time it should have been painted like this. So I just feel like there's so many things you could do in the industry, gaming being one of them, that like, you know, just because you don't like this one thing or you had a bad experience does not mean that that's going to be the case forever. So I think that has helped me push through of like, okay, yeah, this is not it, but that doesn't mean that it's it forever, you know? Any other questions that anyone can think of? What are you guys interested in doing? We do, yes. Yeah. Has gone into that. Yeah.
That's not something that I've been wanting to do, you know, like it's something that I want to do as a ultrasound tech or as a nurse or something that I want to do, but at the same time I just don't know if I should follow my own dreams or should I follow the dreams that my parents want.
I feel this one very deeply. I grew up in a very strict Muslim household, and they were like, entertainment? No, absolutely not, which is why I was like, kind of explaining, I like said journalism, and then I tiptoed into news, and then I tiptoed into film, and now I'm here. But it was almost like I had to prove that I could be successful for them to do it. So I think it's one, realizing that your parents and your family probably have a good intention in trying to be like, hey, like you're probably gonna be good at this because it'll like define success. But honestly, it's not ever true. You should just do whatever you like to do because that's what you're gonna be most successful in. So I feel like my family were always like pushing for the doctor or the lawyer or the engineer. And I was like, I don't see myself in that. And now as a producer, I'm like doing so much better than I would have in any other career field. So it's like, you know, it's kind of like I did what I wanted to do and this is a good success story. And I think most people that like follow that trajectory, it's the same case. So just keep pushing and like, if you want to do it, you should absolutely do it.
Thank you for that question.
Yeah, thank you for that question.
Yeah.
That was a really good question. Anyone else? Okay. So lastly, any like parting words? Just like a final word of advice? Okay, then I think we just wrap it.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah, yeah.
So thank you for joining us. This was Meet the Arts. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.